Really? We got nice for everything. Money and the rest of get in, we take care of our whole night. Denied. And then we reapply for general.
I heard something. It was supposed to be heat originally.
Wait.
So they are both set.
I wasn't posted because they didn't get sent to me. It's 7 today. Actually, no.
Yes, you did.
Hey.
She had. All the way down I know. They can have it whatever, but it's not actually on the way to That's not the same thing. have no idea.
I corrected
I read a quote. Actually, Eastwick's really good. She's not like a virgin.
I got an extra head sector.
I'll do the color. I'll do the color. He's gonna have an adjustment. That's twice in a row on that line. He's gone through the nose.
It might have been leave her wallet. Not even notice what her wallet.
Hey, I would just suggest not
Oh, Angie doesn't know that.
I would not get
A little bit. Let's ask a disinterested observer. Did she have a lot of tongue-eyed hands?
It was not that.
It was bad.
It only hurts for a little bit.
I mean, you never heard your last game, so you must have. Here's the thing. Like after the fifth or second game, I go strike, fair, finish with 5 in a row, last game. Then I go fair, 8 in a row. But yes, obviously. But Hayden was standing right there with me. Frank was standing right there, and Frank looked at my face. He's like, "Hayden, go, run, Hayden, run, just run." Frank was like, "Oh, the words that are getting ready to fly out of that mouth." I was actually very good. I just told it. Got it.
Oh no, they feel it. They still tug it.
I was telling you about the thing that I figured out. Well, because one of them started. Yeah, because they come up to the counter and he just stays there and stare at me, expecting me to know. Yeah, and I'm like, I do not know that. I think I talked for a whole week. They were like freshmen, right? Just like so we were my shoes. The next yard comes out and I later comes up again. And then I already gave you your shoes. They did. Yes, I did. I did. Back in the counter, back up. Because they just go in and do it. It was true. Right. I don't know. Brian went here.
I want to stop by and say hello. How you doing? Doing all right? How about yourself? Good. Ready for one more live stream. Are you using like Ustream to send that out?
Use Google Hangout.
Oh, you're doing it that way.
Pushes it right through to my YouTube page.
So people are watching, they can go to your YouTube page and watch this live stream right there.
Yeah, if you're on YouTube, it's right there.
That's what you do. Nice.
It just automatically pushes through. Google and YouTube are owned by the same. Google owns them, so they allow the Google Hangout to push through. Ustream, they give you limited bandwidth for free and all that kind of stuff, and then you have to pay per viewer.
I've done Ustream, I've done Justin, a little bit of Bit Gravity. But then I haven't done this in a while, so the YouTube option wasn't around.
You see, initially YouTube only let the big companies stream, and so I was like, well, I've got a Google account, and with Google, the Hangout, you could tie it to YouTube. So I started doing that, and that's how I did it. And finally, YouTube started encouraging people and allowed them to do it.
It's a great idea.
So I do it all free, get up to 8 hours of live stream, which gets down, and then I do is
And you don't even, I mean, for us, you need this set up, but it could be like somebody at a soccer game with an iPad,
yeah.
and just as long as you got the Wi-Fi nearby with enough bandwidth, you're good to go.
So it makes it nice.
I wouldn't want to do it over 4G or LTE, but if you got Wi-Fi.
I did some stuff. Yeah. I take down the wireless network so I can take all the bandwidth.
It's the smart way to do it, for sure.
It's not nothing fancy.
Oh.
With YouTube, if you go and you broadcast straight through YouTube, they require you have YouTube. You need a feed and then you need a backup.
I wonder why they would do that.
They want to keep the quality. They want to. What they do is they're basically eliminating those people in companies that they want primarily businesses to do it. So they want to make sure that you've got the equipment, you've got the bandwidth, and you're not dropping out.
I guess for that audience, I see, but really here, yeah, it's kind of sad.
It is. But yeah, they have a whole thing. You've got to meet certain specs. You've got to have a certain frame rate. You've got to have so much other. It's like, but I can take my Google Hangout, which is basically nothing more than a FaceTime.
The only difference now is you don't have to send, you're not asking a bunch of people to join your hangout. You don't have to invite them to the hangout. They can just join.
See, I could have multiple people here in the hangout, and I could also create put multiple cameras out there, and then multiple cameras in the hangout and switch them.
That would be cool. See, wait a minute though.
Because in the hangout,
You still need a local piece of software to do the camera switching.
there's actually a control room that allows you, hadn't been in here in a little while, cameraman, which allows you can have different cameras, put them all right there.
I did not know this. So Google Hangout supports multiple cameras. That's fantastic.
So I use,
Would they both be USB into the same device? Ooh. I'm really glad you pointed that out.
the lower third, all this is all in here is in my hangout. I can put a lower third, I can put a tag. So I build these custom lower thirds, load them here, and then they're there. And they automatically push out.
You put that on the Hangout gets mirrored over to YouTube, and they were just very nice. I had no idea the Hangout had multiple camera capability because I was using Manycam for a while.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff nowadays. Everything. So what I want to do is maybe if next year I have the ability, I want to get a camera and I'm actually going to mount one out there on the capping and bring it back. So that way we have a camera shoot back.
Last year,
This would be a removable camera or fixed?
It would be basically one that's over camera, so I would get control here if I wanted to move it or zoom in and zoom out, or if I wanted to show it just a shot of the pen.
Oh, so you would have a pan and zoom. Yeah, okay. I have seen those, but they're really pricey. The ones I saw were like $500.
Small one. I want to say now it's a couple $100.
Okay, so they come down.
So, yeah, you can
It's like a pan and zoom. I can't remember the name of the one I was looking at. But if you're doing lessons here, we desperately need an overhead. It doesn't have to be high quality. But we need something overhead when we're doing lessons because this arm swing stuff, you just got to see that. And I don't know if it's a good way to do it. What I used to do changed 5 years ago, maybe more. I had a laptop with multiple cameras, and I was using various pieces of software taking up feeds, one above, on the side, one below. Set up all the lessons. So I gave up the whole multiple camera thing, and now I just take an iPad and I just do a shot from the back, shot from the side. I can't do that. But I gave up a lot of quality, but the convenience factor.
Well, now the quality. I mean, the iPhone 6 Plus shoots super slow mo, 240 frames per second.
That's the impressive part.
Yeah, I've shot some guys bowling with DJ Moore and them. And I mean, you could actually count the rev rate on the bowling ball. That's how clear the frame is. I'm like, why would I go set up anything when I could take this right here and do that? If I need to, I can throw it to my laptop, or even with AirPlay, you can go to whatever device you want. If I had a big TV that was a smart TV, I could literally throw it straight to the TV, no wires.
And you've got the fine-grained slow motion playback on a big screen. Yeah. That's why the old rig that I would have used 5 to 6 years ago, I wouldn't use any of that now.
All right, Junior Gold. Ooh, that's loud. All the way out here. All right, format for today, you guys are going to bowl 7 games. For the big group, we're going to take the top 8 boys and the top 8 girls to bowl match play tomorrow at Buffalo North. For the under 12 kids, sorry. For the under 12 kids, you guys are going to bowl your 7 games today. And the winner of that group will get a spot in the Nationals. I do believe there are only 5 or 6 of you bowling, so it will only be 1 spot. But it is total pinfall for the under 12 group. For the under 12 group, if you win today and you already have a spot for Nationals, you will receive $100 in scholarship money. And then the scholarship money for the big group will be determined tomorrow at North. All right? The boys' spots are 1 in 10. The girls' spots are 1 in 4. And I'll go over numbers with everybody in a little while. We're still getting everybody keyed into the computer. Your lanes are going to come on for 10 minutes of practice in a minute. All the emails from the Mebane tournament. If you've qualified for Nationals, all of the emails have been sent out to the USBC. So they went out on Austin. Hush. Lovely. Hush. All right. All the emails from the Mebane winners went out on Thursday. So if you have not received your email yet and you've got a spot in Mebane, then you need to let me know sometime today so we can find out what's up with the email address that was provided. Krispy Kreme, if you have not turned in your money, you need to do that ASAP. Take it to your home center. Please turn that in so we can get the money in the bank. Lanes are coming on for 15 minutes practice.
Junior Gold bowlers, please hit the red key and that will start your practice.
One more time. 30, hit it one more time.
Emily Orderton. David Orderton. Monica Orderton.
All righty, and good afternoon. You are watching live streaming coverage from Buffaloe Lanes South in Garner, North Carolina. This is the fourth and final Junior Gold tournament of the season. This is a two-day tournament. There will be a boys tournament, girls tournament, and a U12 tournament all going on at the same time. All of the bowlers are being mixed together, so that way everybody gets a chance to possibly hit the TV pair. But right now, let's get you up to date on what this tournament format will be. In the boys and girls tournaments, they will be bowling 7 games. Total pinfall, no handicaps, so 7 games scratch. They will determine the top 8 bowlers. The top 8 bowlers will advance to match play competition tomorrow at Buffaloe Lanes North in Raleigh, North Carolina. So 7 games. We'll cut the field to the top 8 boys, top 8 girls to advance to match play from Buffaloe Lanes North tomorrow in Raleigh, North Carolina. In the U12 tournament, the U12 bowlers will bowl 7 games of competition. Total pinfall will determine the winner. Winner will receive $100 in scholarship money, and the winner will receive a spot to the National Junior Gold Tournament in the U12 division. In the boys division, the winner will receive $200. That will be determined tomorrow after their match play. So $200 to the winner, and 1 in 10 will advance to Chicago for the National Junior Gold Tournament this summer. In the girls tournament, the winner will receive $200 in scholarship, and we have a 1 in 4 ratio to determine spots for the National Junior Gold Tournament. All of the bowlers today will be bowling on a sport-compliant pattern. It is the World 10-Pin Bowling Association's Atlanta pattern. This pattern is 38 feet in length. It's a medium pattern. It's about a little shorter than the average house shot, but the oil ratio is much tougher. So these bowlers are not bowling on the recreational or average house shot, as it called. They'll be bowling on a tougher pattern. So right now we got about 7 minutes of practice left. Bowlers are trying to get lined up, make sure they've got the right equipment. Bowlers will also be moving one pair to the right after each game. So just a few more minutes of practice, 7 minutes of practice, and then we will begin competition. Again, 7 games of qualifying to determine the top 8 bowlers. So I am Gerald Morrow, and I'll be with you for all 7 of these games from start to finish. Our TV pair today will be lanes 27 and 28. Thank you to everybody that has tuned in. And again, you're watching live streaming coverage from Buffaloe Lanes South in Garner, North Carolina.
That's it, Mike.
Yeah, what letter is that? A. Looks like he's out.
All right, Junior Gold Bowlers, shut up on your practice. Hold up on your practice. Time. Go ahead, 31, 32. Go one more. Go ahead. All right, there are two groups of you with 6. Those 2 pairs with 6 bowlers. Please keep up and face the lanes. Please be up the bowling. It is your turn. Get your red key. Start your competition. Good luck. Good bowling. After game 1, I will tell you how many spots will be given out.
All right, welcome to Buffaloe Lanes South. I'm Gerald Morrow. I'll be with you for all 7 games of competition today. We'll take the top 8 bowlers advancing to tomorrow's match play from Buffaloe Lanes North. But today we're at Buffaloe Lanes South bowling on Atlanta World 10-Pin Bowling Association Sport Compliant Pattern. Game 1 is going to begin. We're watching lanes 27 and 28, which will be our TV pair. Looks like Hannah Williams is going to be up on the left lane, and Mike Scorantino is going to be up on the right lane. First, Hannah Williams. Hannah's first shot of the day comes in way light. She leaves the 3-6-7. Michael Scorantino is a 2-handed backup bowler. Steps up on the right lane, and his first shot of the day crosses over to the Brooklyn side, and he leaves a 4-pin. So a 4-pin for Scorantino, and a little split there for Miss Hannah Williams. Williams gets the 3-6, leaving the 7, so an open for her to start today. Scorantino looking to cover up his spare. And Scorantino converts his spare as Caleb Baker, steps up on the left lane. Caleb's first shot comes in on a little off the mark, and he leaves the 2-7. And Dylan Hardesty steps up to the right of him. Dylan's first pitch is flush in the pocket, and he rings the 10-pin. But a good shot there by Hardesty in his first pitch of the day here at Buffaloe Lanes South. Baker looking to cover up his spare. Baker with an open. Hardesty looking to cover up the 10-pin. And he does just that. Adam Galt up on lane 27, his first pitch of the day. And that's high flush. He drops all 10. So the first strike of the day on the TV pair is by Adam Galt. Galt looking to try to qualify to get a spot to Chicago to compete in the National Junior Gold Tournament. But since he already has a spot, he qualified back in the March tournament. Adam's got a spot, so he is trying to chase $200 in scholarship money. Hannah Williams with a 7-pin. Michael Scorantino crosses over. Scorantino still looking for a spot to the National Junior Gold Tournament as he has not qualified. Williams qualified back in January. And no problem there, covering up the 7-pin. So after an open in the first frame, Williams with a spare there in the second. Hardesty. And another good pitch there by Dylan Hardesty, and he rings another 10-pin. So back-to-back 10 pins for Hardesty. Kayla Baker steps up over on lane 28. Baker also qualified for the national tournament in March, and he's got a 10-pin party in the pit over on lane 28. Hardesty looking to cover up the 10-pin. And it just falls off the ledge there at the last second. So open for Hardesty. So 1 for 2 on 10 pins. And he's throwing a pretty good ball there. His first 2 shots out here in the 7 games of competition. Adam Galt started with the strike. Here he is in the second frame. And Galt goes Brooklyn, mixes them up. He's got back-to-back jacks to start off game number 1 of the day. Hannah Williams stepping up. Third frame, left lane. And that's high flush. She's got a strike. So a split, spare, and a strike to start off the day for Hannah Williams. Said Williams qualified back in January, so she's chasing $200 as well. Scorantino's still looking for a spot for the tournament. He's got a spare and a strike. And Stones, an 8-pin. A good pitch there by Mike Scorantino. Caleb Baker working on a strike, looking to try to double up here in the third. That one was high right through the nose, and a good break there as he only leaves the 4-7. Hardesty up in the third and made a little adjustment. That one comes in light, and he leaves the 2-4-5. Adam Galt working on the double, looking for a turkey. And he's got it. So 3 in a row to start the day for Adam Galt. So he gets a little fist pump there for Michael Scorantino. Good sportsmanship all around by these guys and girls as they all bowl in the Buffalo Lanes Youth Leagues. Hardesty covers up his spare, so he's got a spare, open spare to start the day. Scorantino leaves a 4-pin there. Williams, her shot goes high. She leaves the 2-4-7. And Scorantino covers his spare. He's clean through 4 frames. Hannah Williams looking to cover up the 2-4-7 and unable to convert. So an open for her in the 4th. Hardesty, 4th frame. That shot's off the mark. So after blister in the pocket, the first 2 balls, he tried to make an adjustment. Now is having a little bit of a tough time hitting the pocket. He rang 2 10 pins to start off the day. Now he's looking at trying to cover up the 1-2. Kayla Baker up in the 4th on lane 28. And this is through the nose. He leaves the 6-7. Hardesty. No problem with the spare there. So a spare for Dylan in the 4th. Baker unable to convert the split, so an open for Baker in the 4th. I'd like to thank everybody that's tuning in to watch. I'm Gerald Morrow. Be with you through all 7 games of competition. This is game number 1 as Hannah Williams is flush in the pocket and gets a strike right there in the 5th frame. Got 7 games of qualifying. Taking the top 8 boys, top 8 girls to match play tomorrow at Buffaloe Lanes North. In the U12 tournament, we will end that tournament today. And Adam Galt goes high, trips out the 4-pin. He's got a ham bone here to start competition. Caleb Baker, 5th frame. Didn't look like he was happy with it after he let it go. He leaves the 1-2-4. Scorantino, right lane, 2-handed backup bowler on the Buffaloe Lanes North, and that one's a little off the mark. Baker to cover his spare, and he chops the 1-2 off the 1-2-4. Scorantino, 5th frame, looking to cover up. And he's unable to convert the spare. So Adam Galt looks like he's getting ready to step up on the left lane. Galt has 4 strikes in a row to start the day. Again, Adam Galt qualified for the national tournament back in March. Here he is in the 5th frame. And lost that one off his hand as Dylan Hardesty steps up to the right of him. Hardesty in the 5th. Hardesty goes through the nose and leaves the baby split 3-10. Getting back to the action. Hannah Williams, 6th frame, looking to try to cover up the 8-pin. And unable to convert is Scorantino looking to try to cover up the 2-4-7. Scorantino converts his spare, so a spare for Michael Scorantino into the 6th frame. Bowlers just getting settled into game number 1, about halfway through here. Kayla Baker, 6th frame. Comes in light, leaves the 2-pin. Hardesty stepping up in the 6. Looks like he's made a ball change. And did not like that one off his hand as he pulls it. Baker to cover the 2-pin, and he does just that. Hardesty converts the spare. Adam Galt in the 6th. Good pitch there, and leaves a flat 10. 6-pin goes to the sidewall and just lays in the channel. Hannah Williams. Scorantino on the right lane looking to cover up the 1-2-4. And unable to convert the spare, so an open for him in the 7th frame. Baker cover the 4-pin. And an open for him. So bowlers here in game number 1 missing some easy spares, leaving a lot of pins out there. Again, 7 games. Every pin counts to making the cut and advancing to Sunday. Hardesty off to the right and leaves the picket fence. Adam Galt, 7th frame. Started with the front 4, had an open in the 5th, then a spare in the 6th, shot in the 7th. Is high flush, he's got a strike, so a strike for Galt in the 7th. Hardesty with the spare there in the 7th. Scorantino leaves the 5-pin in the 8th.
What else? Have you ever seen that? I try not to.
Hardesty looks like he went back to the original ball he started with here in the 8th frame. That one's inside the mark, but he gets the Brooklyn strike there in the 8th. Kayla Baker stepping up, looking to cover up the 2-4-5 and is unable to convert. So an open for Baker in the 8th. He continues to try to struggle a little bit here in game number 1. Hannah Williams working on a strike in the 8th. Her shot here in the foundation frame, the 9th. Ball does not make it up to the head pin. Galt looking to try to double up here in the 8th. The ball's a pinch high and pays the price for it there with the 4-9. So Galt seems to be pretty much locked in on the pocket. That shot goes a little bit high, and he's left with the 4-9. It's definitely a makeable split. Not easy, but can be made. Hannah Williams in the 9th frame, just to the left of him. She's unable to convert, so an open for Hannah in the 9th. Galt looking to try to convert the 4-9. Gets count there. So an open for Galt in the 8th. Again, every pin counts, so working on that strike, that single pin that he got there on that fill shot, the spare conversion attempt, ends up counting as 2 sticks. Kayla Baker, good pitch there, and he gets all 10 to go in the 9th frame. Scorantino up in the 9th. And goes Brooklyn, so he's got a strike in the 9th as well. So 9th frame for Hardesty and Galt. And then we'll be ready to wrap up game number 1. We'll move 1 pair to the right. Galt shot in the 9th, left lane. Off the mark. Hardesty, right lane, looking to try to double up. Goes Brooklyn, leaves the 5 pin. Adam Galt left the 1-2-4-8. Galt to convert his spare and unable to convert. So an open in the 9th for Adam Galt. Hardesty covers his spare. So 10th frame, wrapping up game number 1 here of 7 games. Hannah Williams. Ball just doesn't seem to be coming off the spot like it did earlier in the game. Scorantino. His shot goes through the nose. So bowlers fighting a little bit of transition here at the end of game number 1. Williams to cover her spare, and she does just that. Scorantino with an open. So Scorantino finishes with a 149. Williams with a fill shot. Williams. Final shot here of game number 1 for Hannah Williams. And a good pitch there. She's going to shoot 136 as she drops all 10. Dylan Hardesty, his shot comes in light, leaves the 245. Caleb Baker looking to try to double up as he's working a strike in the 9th, and he goes Brooklyn, so he's got back-to-back jacks. Hardesty looking to cover his spare, and he does just that. So Hardesty has got one more shot. Comes back to get a little bit of coaching advice from Melissa Morrow. Got several coaches here.
Scores actually right here on these lanes. Looking a little weak down on the south side.
Baker looking for 3 in a row. Nope, that's off the mark. He leaves the 136. Hardesty, fill shot, and he drops all 10. So Hardesty's going to shoot 166 for game number 1. Got William Buffaloe in the house. If you're looking for a house, he can get you hooked up. Realtor and son of one of the owners, Bill Buffaloe, out here watching his younger brother bowl. Baker covers a spare there, so he's going to shoot 147. And all we have is one more bowler, Adam Galt, to finish up game number 1 before we move one pair to the right. Galt's first ball here in the 10th is high flush. He's got a strike. Galt's second ball goes through the nose. He leaves the 6 pin.
Good. How we going? You don't need too much color on this feed. You too, Mike. Appreciate it.
So game 1 in the books. Adam Galt's going to be high on the pair with a 183. Dylan Hardesty 166. Michael Scorantino 149. Caleb Baker 147. And Hannah Williams 136. So game 1 in the books. We've got 6 more games of competition to see who will advance to tomorrow at Buffaloe Lanes North. Match play competition tomorrow after qualifying today. So bowlers are waiting to move one pair. They usually wait for everybody to finish before beginning their next game, so that way we can keep pace. Most pairs have 5. We've got a couple pairs that have 6. So the pace should be pretty good today. Game 1, like I said, is in the books. It was Hannah Williams 136, Kayla Baker 147, Michael Scortino 149, Dylan Hardesty 166, and Adam Galt 183. I'd like to thank everybody that is tuned in and watching live streaming coverage from Buffaloe Lanes South in Garner, North Carolina. I'm Gerald Morrow, and I'll be with you today and hopefully tomorrow from Buffaloe Lanes North. Looks like the bowlers that'll be moving over to the TV pair for game number 2 will be Joseph Romano, Isabella Romano, Brian Argonis, Tyler Howard, Nolan Hughes, and Anthony Silk. They're finishing up game number 1. Just to the left there in the red pants, you see Joseph Romano. Far left-hand side of your screen in the green last year's junior gold shirt is Tyler Howard. He just tossed a strike. So he threw the last 4 for 182.
No, I don't want to be. Her mom's watching it, right? We're sitting there talking, and my mother's like, she calls her, she's like, I can hear you talking on the thing. Shut up.
All right, game number 1 is over with. Bowlers moving to their next pair of lanes for game number 2. Pair with 6 bowlers is just to the left of the TV pair. They're finishing up game number 1, and then those guys and girls will be over on lanes 27 and 28. And bowlers are just waiting to begin game number 2 of competition. We're going to see Joseph Romano, Isabella Romano, Brian Argonis, Tyler Howard, Nolan Hughes, and Anthony Silk on the TV pair. We're watching live streaming coverage from Buffaloe Lanes South in Garner, North Carolina. I'm Gerald Morrow, and I'll be with you through the entire tournament. Got our coaches giving some advice. I see Rick Belcher and Ryan Woodard. There's John Walsh, Melissa Morrow, tournament director, and Christy Helms. Those are all bowlers. They got the okay to begin game number 2, and here they go. So Tyler Howard, left lane, first to start at game number 2. And a good pitch there by Howard, and he drops all 10. Romano. And Romano starts off with a strike. So strikes for Howard and Romano to start game number 2. Isabella Romano stepping up on the right lane. Younger sister to Joseph. Her shot goes Brooklyn. Nolan Hughes stepping up just to the left of her. And Hughes, first pitch, game number 2. His rude dude by DV8 cuts right through the pocket, and he's got a strike to start off game number 2. Isabella Romano is looking to cover up her spare as Anthony Silk steps up. Romano covers her spare, and Silk, his shot's well left to target, and he leaves the 1-3-10. Argonis falls off the shot, and he's got a strike. So he's pretty excited with the strike there in the first frame after falling off that shot. His buddy Anthony Silk steps up to the left of him, looking to convert the 1-3-10. And unable to convert, so an open for Silk. Start off game number 2. Howard looking to double up, and he does just that. So back-to-back jacks for Tyler Howard, and Joseph Romano is looking to double up as well. His shot comes in way light and leaves the 2-10. Had the 2-8-10 for a moment. The 8 falls out late and left with just the 2-10. Hughes trying to double up. And he mixes them up, and he's got a double to start off game number 2. Nolan Hughes qualified for Nationals back in October of 14. So he's already got a spot to the tournament. Isabella Romano stepping up. And Romano with a good pitch there and leaves the 10-pin. Silk to the right of her. And he hits them light, watches them fight. He's got a strike and a big high five from his carry teammate, Brian Argonis. Romano. Looking to cover up the 10-pin. And unable to convert as her older brother Joseph steps up to the right of her. Joseph looking for a double. Joseph with a strike there. He had the open in the second. Argonis looking to try to double up. And his shot off the mark. He leaves the 2-8-10. Isabella's shot crosses over, and she gets all 10 to go there. Argonis looking to convert the 2-8-10. Unable to get any count there. Tyler Howard working on a double, looking to try to start game number 2 with 3 in a row. Off the mark, and he comes back covering his face as he knows he got away with one there, but he's got a strike. So 3 in a row, a turkey to start off game number 2. Anthony Silk, third frame, looking to try to cover up the 3-6-10. Tyler Howard stepping up to the right of him. Silk converts the spare. Howard looking for 4 in a row after getting a good break on its previous shot. Much better pitch here and not as good result. So he got away with one in the third frame and came back here in the fourth frame, and it took it right back away from him. Joseph Romano in the fourth goes Brooklyn, gets all 10 to go. So back-to-back jacks for Joseph Romano. Howard looking to try to convert the 2-10. And a good cover there by Tyler Howard. So he converts the 2-10 split. So Howard is clean through 4 with that split conversion there in the fourth frame. Isabella Romano. Fourth frame. Her ball comes in the pocket a bit light. She leaves the 4-5-7. Nolan Hughes looking for 4 in a row. Right lane, lane 28. Point at Brooklyn right away, and he gets the answer. So Hughes with the ham bone on that Brooklyn strike. Romano looking to cover up the split and unable to convert, so an open for her in the fourth as Anthony Silk steps up. Silk from Buffalo Lanes carry. Fourth frame, right lane, his pitch. And a flat 10. Brian Argonis steps up left of him. Argonis' shot is Brooklyn, leaves a 6 pin. And Silk converts the spare. Argonis looking to convert the spare as well, looking to cover up the 6-pin. And no problem there with the 6-pin in the 4th frame. Again, in the game number 2, 7 games of competition. The U12s will only bowl 7 games to determine the winner today. One of the U12s will advance to Chicago, plus win up to plus win $100 in scholarship. In the
They won. National champions. Buffaloe Lanes
update, some of our former junior gold bowlers have won the National Collegiate Championship. Naja Owens and Corey Smith came out of the Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold program. So the Aggies from A&T, congratulations, national champions. And a couple of our bowlers, congratulations to them as they came through our junior gold program. Naja Owens and Corey Smith, national collegiate champions in the sport of bowling. So back to the action at hand. Is Isabella Romano on the right lane, and that shot's off the mark. Nolan Hughes looking for 5 in a row. Hughes front 4 is shot here in the 5th. And that one was a bit off the mark, and it gets a good break to only leave the 2-pin. He had the 2-10 momentarily. 10 falls out late. So Hughes' streak stops at 4, but he's looking to convert the spare here to stay clean through 5. Isabella Romano, her shot is in the pocket, and a little fist pump there. She gets her spare in the 5th. Brian Argonis is his pinch high, and he leaves a 4-pin. So good pitch there by Argonis. Anthony Silk working on a spare in the 4th, his shot here in the 5th. And that ball never makes the corner. Argonis covers his spare. Silk is left with the 1, 2, 4, 6, 10. And Silk with an open there in the 5th. Tyler Howard stepping up in the 6th after an open in the 5th. Motioning hard to the left side, and that ball crossed over, but he left a 9-pin. Joseph Romano in the 6th frame. And he had the fist pump right before the ball hit the pocket, and he gets a strike there in the 6th. Tyler Howard. No problem there with the 9-pin. Isabella Romano. Shot off the mark. Nolan Hughes. Front 4. Spare in the 5th. They shot here in the 6th. And a trip four, he smacks his hand. It's every righty's best friend, the trip four, and he's got a strike in the 6th frame. So Hughes on pace to try to shoot 279 if he can go off the sheet. Argonis up in the 6th. Shot goes Brooklyn and leaves the 310. Thank everybody that tuned in to watch. Live streaming coverage from Buffaloe Lanes South in Garner, North Carolina. Using a Google Hangout that's pushing right over to our YouTube page to stream this tournament. So we appreciate all the services of Google and YouTube. Allow us to bring you this coverage for free. We're broadcasting over a limited cable network, so our speed is not the greatest, and occasionally we'll have some hiccups, but stick with us. Everything will pass, and we'll be able to get through it. And if for some reason when you lose the feed, just go back to youtube.com/Buffaloe Lanes and hang out there, and we'll get the feed back up as soon as possible. As Isabella Romano goes through the nose, she leaves a 6-pin. Tyler Howard to the left of her, 7th frame. That's all off the mark, off to the right, and leaves the
So what is this like? You got like everything wired up here.
Live streaming is live coverage.
But you're on it too? Or is that obviously
I'm watching. Going through YouTube and come back and watch it. Who never thought?
you brought everything to
All right, just 7th frame here of game number 1. I've got some standings. Get you up to date after, or excuse me, we're in game number 2. I've got the standings through game 1. Your leader in the boys tournament is Cody McDaniel. He's at plus 26. Austin McElwain in 2nd at minus 13. Adam Galt 3rd at minus 17. Tyler Howard 4th at minus 18. Nick Manganero 5th at minus 22, and Ryan Riggs at minus 25 in 6th. TJ Rowley in 7th at minus 29, and currently in the cut spot is Nick Sensoprano. He's at minus 33. Just outside of the cut, tied for 9th, are Dylan Hardesty and Amir Green. In the girls tournament, your leader after game 1 is Rory Kreck. Kreck shot 181. She's at minus 19. In 2nd is Kendall Bigley. 3rd, Alyssa Belcher. 4th, Samantha Tuzlin. 5th, Emma Stoll. 6th, Erica Belcher. 7th, Haley Ligon. And your 8th spot is currently Hannah Williams at minus 64. Just outside of the cut is Tiffany Stansel at minus 66. Evie Loop rounds out the top 10. In the U12 division, Isabella Romano, who's on the TV pair, is your leader at minus 40. Caitlin Upchurch in second. Declan Mitchell third. Alexander Wiggs fourth. Emma Stewart fifth. And Grace Stahl sixth. So that's the standing through game number 1. We're currently in game number 2 as Nolan Hughes goes high. He was working on a double, and now he's left trying to convert the 3-6-10 in the 8th. Your leader in the U12 division is stepping up over on lane 27. Is Isabella Romano. Romano shot a little out to the right, and she leaves the 8-9 as the 1 falls out late. Nolan Hughes looking to cover up the spare. And unable to convert the spare. So Nolan's first open of game number 2 is in the 8th frame. He's at 184, so should have no problem shooting deuce this game. Hughes was in 25th after the first game. Romano converts the 8-9, so a split conversion. She turns around smiling for Isabella Romano. Anthony Silk's shot bit off the mark. Silk looking to convert the spare in the 8th and unable to convert, so back-to-back opens for Anthony Silk here in game number 2. Brian Argonis, 8th frame. His shot goes through the nose. He leaves the 3-6. So about to wrap up game number 2. This pair here has 6. Most of the other pairs have 5. There's one other pair in the tournament that has 6 bowlers. Joseph Romano, his shot hangs out to the right, doesn't make the corner, and he leaves the 1-2-4. And Argonis with an open there in the 8th. So he chops a 3 off the 3-6. Romano converts the spare. Tyler Howard. That ball jumped on him and he leaves the 4-6-10.
Exactly.
9th frame, and Isabel Romano unable to convert her spare. Nolan Hughes up in the foundation frame looking to try to recover after an open in the 8th. His shot here in the 9th. And goes Brooklyn and gets the break as he drops all 10. Brian Argonis, 9th frame. Mixes them up, and he is left with the 5-6. Howard starting the 10th frame. And starts the 10th frame by dropping all 10. Silk looking to convert the spare, unable to convert the split. He leaves the 1-2. Or excuse me, he gets the 1-2, leaving the 10. So an open for Argona or Silk. Tenth frame for Romano. His shot goes Brooklyn. Tyler Howard. Second ball at the 10th. Motioning for that one to hurry up and make the turn, and it just wasn't going to make that turn from that far outside. He leaves the picket fence. Joseph Romano is trying to cover up the 9-pin, and no problem there. So he's got a spare in the 10th. One more shot. Complete game number 2. And Howard converts to spare. So Howard is going to finish with a 181. And Romano. Shot does not make the corner. And Healy shoots 186. So Nolan Hughes looking to try to post a good game here as he's working on a strike in the 9th. His first ball here in the 10th. Here's a 6-pin. Hughes looking to cover up the spare and does just that. Isabella Romano, your leader in the U12 division, finishing out the 10th frame. That shot a bit off the mark. Nolan Hughes coming back strong after a rough start in game 1. Hughes was in 25th after game 1, and this game here should jump him up a few spots. And Hughes drops all 10, so he's going to shoot 234. Excuse me, 224. And Romano finishes up game number 2 with the 110. Anthony Silk, right lane. Silk shot goes Brooklyn. Brian Argonis just to the left of him. Argonis goes through the nose, trips out the 4 late, and he's left with just the 6-pin. Argonis was in 18th after game 1, and Silk was 4 spots ahead of him in 14th. Again, your leader in the boys tournament through game 1 was Cody McDaniel at 2+26. Rory Kreck, who's getting ready to come over to the TV pair, was your leader in the girls through game number 1. Again, wrapping up game number 2. Coming up in game number 3, you'll see Nick Maganero, Kendall Bigley, Justin Belo, TJ Rotley, and Rory Kreck. Argonis finishes with a 142. Silk finishing up with a 133. So a quick recap of game number 2 here on lanes 27 and 28. Isabella Romano, 110. Anthony Silk, 133. Brian Argonis, 142. Tyler Howard, 181. Joseph Romano, 186. And Nolan Hughes with a 224. We got game number 2 in the books. Game number 3 getting ready to start shortly as soon as everybody finishes up. Then they'll begin game number 3. Again, coming over to the TV pair is TJ Raleigh, Rory Kreck, Justin Buffaloe, Kendall Bigley, and Nick Maganero. Quick little shout out to Mark and Donna, Nick's cousins back in Philadelphia. They are watching the broadcast, so you will get to watch Nick here in just a couple moments. Again, quick shout out to Nick's cousins, Mark and Donna, watching from Philadelphia. Appreciate you tuning in to watch live streaming coverage from Buffaloe Lanes South in Garner, North Carolina. Nick Maganero's putting his bowling ball up on the rack. It's in the green shirt. You'll be able to watch him here as they begin game number 3 of the 7 games of qualifying from Buffaloe Lanes South.
Good. You like the 196? 175 and 196. Not a bad start for an amateur. We get to call her a professional.
Oh, no, they're all professional to me. I definitely wouldn't be posting these scores. I'm barely can do anything on a house shot.
Really? I thought you were a good bowler. You just know you don't love the sport and how it's supposed to be done. I can tell you all about football, but I've never I might have caught 1 or 2, but I can tell you what they're doing wrong.
The only thing I'm any good at or was any good at was baseball. And bowling, I got into bowling late in life, so I learned the technical side before I learned actually execution, the physical side. So I kind of taught myself. I don't practice.
Yeah. You know what you're supposed to do.
I can tell anybody what they're supposed to do. I can show them. I can get them to do it. I can get the right ball in their hand. But I can. Anybody use these chairs? No, have a seat. Look.
Okay. Hopefully this won't affect them.
All right, game number 2 in the books. Game number 3 will begin here momentarily. And they wait till everybody's completed with the game before they begin the next game of competition to keep everybody on pace. So quick recap, game number 2, you saw Joseph Romano, 186. His younger sister, Isabella Romano, 110. Brian Argonas from Buffalo Cary shoots 142. Tyler Howard with a 181. Anthony Silk, 133. And Nolan Hughes was high on the pair with a 224. So far high for the day on the TV pair would be Nolan Hughes with a 224. Your leader coming in after 1 game was Cody McDaniel, Rory Kreck, and Isabella Romano. Those were your leaders in the 3 tournaments that are currently being bowled. We have a boys tournament, a girls tournament, and a U12 tournament. And now game number 3 is about to begin. Looks like Nick Maganero. So Mark and Donna, guys are getting ready to watch from Philly all the way here in Garner, North Carolina. Nick Maganero as he's about to step up to begin game number 3. Hey. TJ Raleigh first start on the right lane, and his shot comes in lightly. It's a 2-pin. Left lane is Nick Maganero, and his first pitch is a little left of target, and he leaves the 9-pin. Maganero through 1 game was in 5th. They're inputting the scores for game number 2, and I'll have those standings shortly as TJ Raleigh covers the spare, so he's got a mark to start off game number 3. Maganero cover the 9-pin, and he does just that. So a spare for Nick and a spare for TJ to start off game number 3. Rory Kreck stepping up on the right lane. Kreck's first pitch of game number 3 comes in a bit light, leads to 2-4-5. As Kendall Bigley steps up on the left lane, her first ball here in game number 3. Bit off the mark. Gets some pins bouncing around, and she leaves the 1-8. Kreck looking to cover the 2-4-5. And she does just that. So a spare for Rory Kreck to start off game 3. Kendall Bigley looking to cover up the 1-8 for a spare as well to start game number 3. Bigley unable to convert the spare, so an open for her to start off game number 3. Nick Maganera stepping up on the right lane, lane number 28, after a spare in the first. His shot here in the second comes in a bit light, leaves a 2-7-8. Definitely a makeable spare. It's a split, but it's makeable. Justin Buffaloe stepping up just to the left of Maganero. And Buffaloe with a good pitch, and then leaves a 7-pin. Maganero. And Maganero with an open there as he chops the 2-8 off the 2-7-8. Buffaloe looking to cover his 7-pin, and he is unable to convert. Justin's sister, Kaylin, qualified for the national tournament back in January. Kendall Bigley up on the right lane, and that's high flush. So a strike for Bigley in second frame of game number 3. TJ Raleigh, good pitch there that goes high on him, and he's left with the big 4. TJ qualified for the national tournament back in January as well. Justin Buffaloe looking to try to get his spot to Chicago. A shot off the mark. TJ Raleigh looking to convert the big 4. Unable to convert and only gets 1 out of it. So an open for him in the second frame here of game number 2. Game number 3. Again, bowling 7 games. These bowlers are bowling on the Atlanta World 10-pin bowling pattern. Justin Buffaloe's shot. Try to cover his spare, so he's unable to convert. So back-to-back opens for Buffaloe. Kreck. And Kreck mixes them up and leaves the 7 pins. TJ Raleigh, third frame, right lane. And he's got a strike. Correct. Second frame, left lane, looking to convert her spare, and she does just that. Maganero. Shot a bit off the mark. Stad said back here shaking his head. Kreck First shot through the nose, leaves the 3-6-10. Maganera looking to try to convert the 2-4-10. So Maganera with back-to-back split opens. Correct converts her spare. Kendall Bigley, high five there, and she steps up on the left lane, lane 27, third frame, working on a strike in the second. That one's off the mark. She leaves the 1-2-4-8. Bigley to cover the spare, and she does just that as Maganera steps up to the right of her in the fourth frame, made a ball change. Shot crosses over and he leaves a 6-pin. So makeable spare there for Nick in the fourth. Justin Buffaloe up in the third, and he leaves the 1-3-6. Maganera looking to convert the spare. And a single pin miss for Nick Maganera there in the fourth. Oh, Justin looking to convert the 1-3-6. And he has no problem with that. So a spare for Justin in the third. Kendall Bigley, steps up in the fourth on lane 28. Kendall shot. Comes in light, leaves the 2-4-5. TJ Rowley in the fourth frame looking to try to double up. Came over the top of that one a little bit, pulled it left to target, and leaves the 6-10. Bigley converts the spare. So back-to-back spares for Kendall Bigley. TJ Rowley, no problem with the 6-10, so a spare for Rowley in the fourth. Justin Buffaloe, good pitch there. Comes in a little bit high. Leaves a 4-pin. Rory Kreck in the fourth. Shot left to target, goes Brooklyn, and leaves a 6-pin. Rowley, shot a little bit off the mark and leaves the bucket, 2-4-5-8. And he converts the spare in the 5th. Maganero, another single pin, looking to try to convert it here in the 5th frame. And he does just that. So after 3 straight opens, he's got a spare up on the board in the 5th after a spare in the 1st. Kreck leaves 1, 2, 9. Kendall Bigley stepping up in the 5th, working on back-to-back spares. And Bigley gets a strike. Kreck. And Kreck covers her spare, so all spares through 5 for Kreck. Standings through 2 games. Your leader is still Cody McDaniel. He's at -19. Adam Galt jumps into 2nd at -20. Austin McElwain in 3rd at -31. Tyler Howard 4th at -37. 5th is Nolan Hughes at -42. Nick Soprano in 6th. Nick Maganero is in 7th at -52, as well as Zach Sharp. In 9th is Amir Green, also at -52. And Ryan Riggs rounds out your top 10 at -58. Again, taking the top 8 till tomorrow. In the girls, we've got Kendall Bigley as your leader. She's getting ready to step up on the right lane. She's at -29. Rory Kreck in 2nd at -103. Hannah Williams 3rd, -106. Erica Belcher is in 4th. Emma Stahl 5th. Haley Liggins 6th. Evie Loop 7th. And currently in 8th is Alyssa Belcher. She's at -127, just outside of the cut. Is Tiffany Stansel in 9th and Nicole Tuzlin in 10th. In the U12, your leader is currently Declan Mitchell. He's at -128. 2nd is Isabella Romano. 3rd, Caitlin Upchurch. 4th is Alexander Wiggs. 5th is Emma Stewart. And 6th is Grace Stahl. Again, Rory Kreck is currently in 2nd in the girls tournament, and she steps up on the left lane. 6th frame. Ball just doesn't come off the spot. Leaves the 1, 2, 4. Justin Buffaloe. Buffaloe is 27th coming into this game, and he leaves 5 pin. Kreck with an open there in the 6th. So after 5 straight spares, Rory Kreck with an open in the 6th. Buffaloe with a spare there in the 6th. Nick Maganero currently in 7th, just inside of the cut in the 7th frame on lane 27. And there's a strike as he's got all 10 in the pit. TJ Rowley rings the 10 pin, so a good pitch there by Rowley, but he leaves a 10 pin. Bigley, 7th frame. Her shot crosses over. She leaves the 3-9. Rowley to cover the 10 pin and just misses it. Bigley to convert the 3-9 and chops the 3 off the 9. Correct. 7th frame. After an open in the 6, shot in the 7th goes through the nose. She leaves the 3-10. Justin Buffaloe, 7th frame, lane 27, and that's high flush. He's got a strike, so first strike of game number 3 for Justin comes in the 7th. Or Rory Kreck, unable to convert to 6-10. TJ Rowley, 8th frame. Left the target off his hand, and he leaves the 3-9. Nick Maganera stepping up in the 8th, looking to try to double up. Goes through the nose and leaves the 6-10. TJ Rowley looking to cover up the 3-9 and chops the 3 off the 9, so an open for Rowley in the 8th. Maganero converts a spare, so a spare for Nick in the 8th. Rory Kreck's shot left the target. She leaves the 1-3-6. Kendall Bigley looking to try to cover up the 6-pin. And she does just that. Kreck with an open in the 8th as we're getting ready to start the 9th frame, it looks like. Justin Buffaloe's going to finish the 8th frame. First, Nick Maganero is going to step up on the left lane and start the 9th frame of game number 3. Pitches that one out to the right, leaves the 1-2-4. Buffaloe 8th frame looking to try to double up, and that one well off mark. And he's got a tough spare to convert here in the 8th. Maganero converts the spare, so a spare for him in the 9th, the foundation frame. Justin Buffaloe converts his spare as well, so a spare for Buffaloe in the 8th. Kendall Bigley in the 9th frame. Bigley's shot goes through the nose. She's out of trouble and just left with a 6-10. TJ Rowley just demolishes the pins there in the 9th. So a good pitch there by Rowley. Austin McElwain over just to the left of your screen picked up the, looked like it was the 4-8-10. Bigley to convert the 6-10, and she does just that. So a spare for Kendall Bigley in the foundation frame. Rory Kreck, ninth frame. Shot crosses over and leads to 1-3-8. Justin Buffaloe, ninth frame. Looked like that one got hung up on his hand. Kreck unable to convert to spare, so an open for Rory in the ninth. Justin Buffaloe looking to convert his spare and unable to convert, so an open for Buffaloe in the ninth as well. Nick Maganero getting ready to start the 10th frame, working on a spare in the foundation frame. The ball goes through the nose, and he leaves the big four. So Maganero looking at trying to convert the big four, to try to have one more shot here in game number 3. TJ Rowley's shot is left of the mark again, and he leaves the 3-6-10. But first, Maganero gets 2 of the 4. So Maganero finishes with a 143. Maganero was in 7th coming into this game, and he was at -52. Rowley with an open there, and TJ Rowley shoots 130. Kendall Bigley, right lane, working on a spare in the 9th. And mixes them up. She's got a strike, first ball to 10th. Rory Kreck. Her shot crosses over and she's got a strike. Kendall Bigley. Second ball to 10th. Goes high and she gets all 10 to go. So a good break there for her. 2 good breaks there in the 10th frame. Rory Kreck. Shot goes through the nose. She leaves us 6-10. Bigley, final shot of game number 3. Can't get all 3. She shoots 180. Again, Bigley was your leader coming into this game. She was at -29, so that'll put her at -49 through 3. Kreck, unable to convert to spares, so Kreck, who was in second at -103, shoots 142. And last but not least, to finish up here on 27 and 28 is Justin Buffaloe. Buffaloe. Buffaloe leaves the 138. And Buffaloe unable to convert the spare, so Justin's going to finish with a 139. So a quick recap of game number 3. Nick Maganero, 143. TJ Rowley, 130. Kendall Bigley with the high game on the pair at 180. Rory Kreck with a 142. And Justin Buffaloe wraps up game number 3 with a 139. Game 4 coming over will be Haley Ligon, Taylor McDaniel, Emma Stewart, Cody McDaniel, and Austin McElwain. So 3 games in the book. Game 4 going to begin here in a couple minutes. I'd like to thank everybody for watching. I'm Gerald Morrow from Buffaloe Lanes South in Garner, North Carolina. I'll be with you for the rest of the day. We're bowling 7 games of qualifying, cut to the top 8. And then join us tomorrow from Buffaloe Lanes North. And those top 8 bowlers will bowl match play to determine the winners. Winners in the boys tournament and the girls tournament will each receive a $200 scholarship, plus the ratios for spots to the National Junior Gold Tournament in the girls. The spots are a 1-4 ratio, boys 1-10. The U12 bowlers will finish today, and the winner in that division will receive a spot to the National Junior Gold Tournament, plus $100 in scholarship money. So, looks like a few more bowlers to finish up, and then we'll begin game number 4. Take a quick break, and I'll be right back with you.
There is no other option.
All right, then do it.
Feel good. I don't do that.
Keep ice in there. I'll come down there.
Let's go one side at a time. I can do it. I can whenever you go back and forth.
That's what I really see right there. Hold on, I got one done and then they called me.
Yeah. It hurts.
All right, game number 4. About ready to begin. Coming up on the TV pair, your first ball is going to be tossed by Cody McDaniel. He was your leader through 2 games. And that one's high flush. He's got a strike to start off game number 4. Haley Liggins stepping up in the right lane. Haley torch a video 4. And she gets all to the go as always. Last one step left to her. And he's got a flush strike. So strikes all around here for the first 3 bowlers on the lanes 27 and 28 on the TV pair. And Taylor McDaniel stepping up. Her first pitch of game number 4 goes Brooklyn and leaves a 10-pin. Those of you that just joining us, we're in game number 4 from Buffaloe Lanes South in Garner, North Carolina. I'm Gerald Morrow. Appreciate you joining us. McDaniel looking to cover up the 10-pin. And unable to convert to 10-pin, so an open for her in the first frame here of game number 4. Emma Stewart stepping up on the right lane, the lefty from Buffaloe Lanes North. Her shot comes in way light. She leaves the 3-pin. Stewart looking to try to convert the 3-pin. And she just barely touches that one. Haley Liggins looking to try to double up, and that shot's a bit high. She leaves a 6-pin. McDaniel looking to try to double up. That shot well out to the left. Leaves a 1-3.
Just a reminder, junior goal bowlers, you are not allowed to use easy slide on the bottoms of your shoes. It is against USBC rules, so please do not use any more easy slide. If you have used it, please wipe the bottom of your shoe off.
Cody McDaniel looking to cover up the 1-3. And he does just that. So a strike spare start for McDaniel. McElwain trying to get a little something off the approach. And Haley Ligon about to step up, looking to try to convert the 6-pin. I'm not able to convert. McElwain looking to try to double up. And he does just that. So back-to-back jacks for Austin McElwain. Taylor McDaniel up in the second. Over on lane 27. Her shot goes Brooklyn, and she leaves a 9-pin. Ligon up in the third. Her shot crossover, she leaves the 4. McDaniel to cover the 9, and it doesn't hook, and she has an open there. So back-to-back single pin misses for McDaniel. Stepping up in the second frame over here on the left lane is Emma Stewart. Stewart, second frame. Shot comes in light, gets all 10 to go. And to the right of her is Haley Ligon. Ligon unable to convert the 4-pin, so an open for Ligon after Stewart starts off with back-to-back jacks here in game number 4. Daniel stepping up in the third. And that ball doesn't make the corner, and he leaves the 3-6-7. His younger sister Taylor steps up to the right of him. Her shot comes in light, and she's left with the 2-5-7. Daniel unable to convert the spare, so an open for McDaniel with that split in the third frame. Taylor McDaniel converts her split, so a spare for McDaniel on the third as Austin McElwain steps up to the left. Looking for 3 in a row, and he gets it. Not graceful at the line, but he gets all 10 to go. So a turkey to start up game number 4 for Austin McElwain. And Emma Stewart drops all 10 there in the third. So back-to-back jacks for little Emma Stewart. Haley Ligon, fourth frame. Ball jumps on her. She leaves the 4-pin. Cody McDaniel up in the fourth. Nice shot off the mark. He's left with the 3-6-7. Ligon unable to convert to spare, so an open for her. Daniel trying to convert the split, unable to convert the split, so an open for him. Daniel still your leader through 3 games at -17. Nick Sensoprano, the lefty from Buffalo, carries in second at -37. Adam Galt in third at -40. Brian Locke in fourth at -52. Kyle May in fifth, -57. Austin McElwain sixth. Michael Scortino seventh. Zach Sharp eighth. And he is currently the cut at -78. Just out of the cut is Nolan Hughes and Joseph Romano. They round out the top 10. Your leader in the girls tournament is Kendall Bigley at -49. Tiffany Stansel in second at -139. Rory Kreck third. Emma Stahl fourth. Hannah Williams fifth. Erica Belcher sixth. Samantha Tuselin seventh. And currently your cut is Taylor McDaniel in eighth at -183. Haley Ligon and Evie Loop round out the top 10, and they are both just outside of the cut. In the U12 division, your leader is just stepping up on 27 to try to cover up the 10 pin. That is Emma Stewart. Stewart took over the lead, and she is at -154. Declan Mitchell's in second at -191. Isabella Romano's in third, 196. Caitlin Upchurch fourth. Alexander Wiggs fifth, and Grace Stahl rounds out the 6 bowlers in the U12 tournament. So again, your leader, Cody McDaniel, is about to step up here in the 5th over on lane 27. He had back-to-back opens in the 3rd and 4th frames, 2 splits. His shot here in the 5th. Not a split, mixes them up, and he gets a strike in the 5th. Haley Ligon. Ligon is currently 2 sticks out of the cut. And the girls drops all 10 there in the 5th. So a strike, 3 single pin misses, and another strike are the first 5 frames for Haley Ligon. Austin McElwain currently in 6th, up in the 5th. And a trip 4 for him, so he's got a strike. Taylor McDaniel. Shot comes in light. She leaves the 1-2-4. Taylor looking to convert her spare here in the 5th, and she does just that. Ligon, 6th frame. Ball comes in light, and she leaves the 3 pin. We're in game number 4. Again, 7 games of qualifying. We'll cut the field to the top 8. Top 8 will move on to match play tomorrow at Buffalo Lanes North. Emma Stewart's shot goes through the nose. She leaves the 4-7. Haley Ligon looking to cover the 3. And the ball just doesn't get there. Stewart chops the 7 off the 4-7. McElwain up into 6 after a trip 4 in the 5th, his shot. That one's off the mark. Leaves the 1-2, 6-8-10. And open for Taylor in the 6. And McElwain converts to spare, so he gets half on the first ball and gets half on the second ball for a spare in the 6th frame. Emma Stewart. Wiggins shot goes through the nose. Stewart looking to convert the 3-5-6, and she does just that. Ligon leaves the big 4 in the 7th. She steps up on lane 28. McDaniel looking for 3 in a row. His shot on 27 in the 7th. As he collapses the 6-7, he's got a turkey there. Strikes in the 5th, 6th, and 7th frames. And Taylor McDaniel light in the pocket and gets all 10 to go. Austin McElwain steps up to the left of her, and his shot here in the 7th. He drops all 10. Wiggins' pitch goes high again, and she leaves the 4-6-10. Emma Stewart's looking to try to convert the 1-3-6-9. Unable to convert that, so Stewart with an open there in the 7th. Ligon. Ligon gets 2. McDaniel stepping up in the 8th, has 3 in a row. Shot comes in light, leaves the 3-9-10. Taylor McDaniel, Cody's younger sister, steps up to the left of him. Her shot here in the 8th comes in light. She leaves the 2-4-10. Daniel trying to convert the 3-9-10. And he does just that. So a spare for Cody McDaniel in the 8th. Taylor Unable to convert that split is Austin McElwain to the right of her. The shot goes high. Had the 4-9 momentarily, and the 4 and the 9 get tripped out. So he's got back-to-back strikes in the 7th and 8th frames. Emma Stewart, lane 27, 8th frame. And a good pitch there. She gets all 10 to go, so a strike for her in the 8th. Haley Ligon stepping up on lane number 28, lefty from Buffaloe Lanes North. She actually started as a right-handed bowler. Due to an injury, had to move over to the left side, and a good pitch there. But she is left with a 10-pin here in the 9th frame. McDaniel. And he's got a 10-pin party in the pit in the 9th frame. Daniel, your leader coming into this game at minus 17. Games of 226, 155, and 202. Ligon looking to convert the 10-pin in the 9th. And she does just that. Austin McElwain stepping up in the 9th, working on a double. Shot goes Brooklyn. He's got a turkey. Taylor McDaniel stepping up in the 9th. Her shot comes in light. She's left with the 2-4-5. We're in the final frames of game number 4. Daniel with an open there in the 9th, the foundation frame of game 4. Her friend and teammate from Buffalo North stepping up. Right behind her, that is Emma Stewart. Emma's father, Steve Stewart, meteorologist at ABC 11. Pulling the duty today at work. Hopefully he's tuned in watching us. Watching his daughter bowl here in game number 4. She left the 3-6-7. Trying to convert that here in the 9th frame. And Emma gave it a good run, but unable to get the 3 over into the 7. So an open for her in the 9th. 10th frame, about to begin here, game number 4. Haley Ligon first to go. And Ligon drops all 10. Cody McDaniel's first pitch here in the 10th. Goes high, and he leaves the 4-7. Haley Ligon. Shots through the nose, and she leaves the 4-7 as well. McDaniel just converts that spare. So spare for him in the 10th. He's got one more shot here in game number 4. Daniel can strike. He'll shoot 191. Ligon converts the spare, and she's going to shoot 131. Daniel shoots 189. His younger sister Taylor stepping up to the left of him, and her first ball of the 10th. Just leaves just a 7-pin after she mixes them up. Daniel converts the spare. McElwain leaves the 1-2-4-10. McElwain converts the spare. And Taylor's going to finish this game with a 137. McElwain, a strike here, shoots 134. So McElwain finishes with a 234, excuse me. McElwain was in 6 coming into this game. He had games of 187, 182, 165, and then a 234. And Emma Stewart drops all 10 in the 10. Emma Stewart, one more shot here in game number 4. Stewart converts the spare. She shoots 168. So quick recap of game number 4. Haley Ligon 131. Taylor McDaniel 137. Emma Stewart 168. Cody McDaniel 189. And Austin McElwain 234, putting on a show here on the TV pair. So far the highest game on the TV pair today by 10 sticks. Nolan Hughes had a 224 back in game number 2. But McElwain takes over that honor with a 234. He was in 6 coming into this game, and the 234 should help him move up. Your leader, Cody McDaniel, shot 189.
Instead of coleslaw, go ahead and give me another potato salad.
So game 4 in the books. We'll begin game 5 momentarily. We're going to watch Isabel Hughes, Emma Stahl, Evie Loop, Grace Stahl, Nick Sensoprano, and Caitlin Upchurch. I thank everybody that's joined us, and that is joining us now. We're about to begin game 5 in a little bit. I'm Gerald Morrow, watching live streaming coverage of the Buffaloe Lanes Junior Gold Tournament from Buffaloe Lanes South in Garner, North Carolina.
cousins really appreciated that.
So 4 games in the books. Excuse me, bowlers are moving one more pair to the right to begin game number 5 of competition. Again, 7 games of competition before we cut the boys to the top 8, cut the girls to the top 8. Game 5, you're going to watch Isabel Hughes, Emma Stahl, Evie Luke, Grace Stahl, Nixon Soprano, and Caitlin Upchurch.
Your order's ready.
Buffaloe Lanes. Or you can look at the Facebook. YouTube.com/Buffaloe Lanes. It'll scroll down to the live event and it'll be there.
So game number 5 underway. Grace Stahl started with the strike. Isabel Hughes looking to convert the 5-pin, and she does just that. Emma Stahl drops all 10 there. Start game number 5. So the Stahl sisters, Grace and Emma, both start game 5 with strikes. Nick Soprano, the hard-throwing lefty out of Buffalo Lanes carry for his first pitch in game number 5. And he annihilates the pins as the messenger comes across, takes out the 7. Evie Loop. Not quite as hard, but the same result as she's got a strike to start off game number 5. Caitlin Upchurch, first frame. And a good pitch there, and she wraps the 10-pin. Grace Stahl moves over to the left lane here for frame number 2. That shot crosses over. Upchurch trying to convert the 10-pin and unable to convert it. So Grace looking to try to convert the 1-3-6-9. Stahl with an open there in the second. Isabel. Looks Second frame. Shot hangs out to the right. She leaves the 1-2. Hughes looking to convert the 1-2. And she does just that. So back-to-back spares to start off game number 5 for Isabel Hughes. Accent soprano up in the second. And leaves a weak 7 pin as 4 goes to the sidewall, just kind of lays in the channel. So no messenger this time for Accent soprano. Stull drops all 10, so back-to-back jacks there for Emma Stull. Evie Loop looking to cover up the 2 pin here in the second frame. And her ball overhooks there, so she got an open in the second. Caitlin Upchurch left the 4-6-10, or 4-7-10, excuse me. Open for her in the second frame. Isabel Hughes up in third frame for 3 straight spares. And she does just that. 9 spare, 8 spare, 7 spare for Isabel Hughes to start off game number 5. Emma Stull up in the third for 3 in a row, and that one comes in light. Accent soprano after a miss in the second. His shot here in the third. His shot comes in way light. So the same exact leave for the lefty and the righty. Lefty version is the 3-6-9. And the righty version is the 2-4-8. And an open for Stull. And an open for Sensoprano, both leaving the back pin. So Sensoprano and Stull with opens. Standings through 4 games. Cody McDaniel's your leader at -28. Austin McElwain in second at -32. Tied for third is Nick Sensoprano and Adam Galt at -59. Nolan Hughes in fifth at -79. Brian Locke in 6th. Kyle May in 7th. And currently the cut is Nick Maganero in 8th and he is at minus 118. Just outside of the cut is Zach Sharp at minus 119 and Brian McLeod at minus 133. In the girls, Kendall Bigley is your leader at minus 80. Emma Stoll is in second at minus 166. Tiffany Stansel third. Rory Kreck fourth. Hannah Williams fifth. Erica Belcher sixth. Evie Loop in seventh. And currently the cut is eighth. Taylor McDaniel, and she is at minus 246. Just outside of the cut is Isabel Hughes. She's at minus 247, and Haley Ligon at minus 254. In the U12 tournament, your leader is Emma Stewart. She's at minus 186. Isabella Romano second at minus 217. Caitlin Upchurch third. Declan Mitchell fourth. Alexander Wiggs fifth. Grace Stahl sixth. Again, the U12 bowlers will bowl 7 games today and will determine a winner. The boys and the girls will bowl 7 games to determine the top 8. Top 8 will advance to match play tomorrow at Buffalo Lanes North in Raleigh. Isabel Hughes covers her spare up there in the 4th, so she is clean through 4 with 4 straight spares. And we've got Emma Stoll. Emma looking to cover up the head pin, and she is able to convert, so she's got a spare in the 4th. Sister Grace. Excuse me, Grace got the spare, and Emma's over on the right lane. So Emma's looking to convert the 5-pin as Nick Sensoprano, black shirt, black pants, steps up just to the left of her. And that shot goes high and leaves a 6-pin. And Emma is unable to convert her spare. Evie Loop up in the 4th. She leaves the 6-7. Caitlin Upchurch up in the 4th. Ball off the mark. She leaves the 1-5-8-9. Upchurch already has a spot. She qualified in March for the national tournament. Caitlin's actually in the U12 division. Upchurch looking to convert the 1-5-8-9. And pulled that one left to target. So a rough start here in game 5 for Caitlin Upchurch. Grace Stahl. Grace Stahl in the 5th over on the right lane. And that shot's high, and she's left with the big 4. Isabel Hughes, left lane. She's got a spot for the tournament. She mixes them up, and she's got a strike here in the 5th. So 4 straight spares and a strike in the 5th. And a good side there by Grace as she gets 3 out of the big 4. And her sister Emma steps up over on lane number 27, the left-hand lane. Here on the TV pair in the 5th frame, and that one's well right of target. She leaves the 1-2-4-8. Stoll looking to cover up the 1-2-4-8. Soprano going to step up to the right of her. And Stoll with an open. So back-to-back opens for Emma Stoll. Soprano. That one's left to target. And he leaves the 1-3. EV loop up in the 5th. And she leaves the 2-8. So Loop still trying to get in the hunt and get herself a spot for the national tournament. Currently, Loop is in 7th. So she's currently in the cut to make it to tomorrow. Nixon Soprano covers up the spare. Loop looking to cover up the spare, and she does just that. So spare for Evie Loop in the 5th. Looks like Ryan Woodard will try to clear this dead wood over here on 28. Nixon Soprano popped the pin out past the sweep. So Ryan Woodard is clearing that. And then we will get back to competition. With stepping up over on the left lane is Grace Stoll. And Grace mixes them up, but is unable to get the 7-pin to go. Caitlin Upchurch, 5th frame. Again, that ball out to the right. She leaves the 1-2. Stoll looking to convert the spare and unable to convert it as that ball pops out of the gutter. Need a score correction. Caitlin Upchurch with another open. Send Soprano up in the 5th. And a ringing 7-pin for Nixon Soprano. Isabel Hughes. Shot goes high. She leaves the 4-7. Send Soprano to try to cover the 7-pin and unable to convert. So an open for Send Soprano in the 6th. Isabel Hughes. She converts the spare in the 6th. Caitlin Upchurch in the 6th. Shot catches the head pin, but she's left with the 2-4-5-7. Just halfway through game number 5. And Emma Stoll, her shot goes high, and she leaves the 4-7. And Caitlin Upchurch stops in her approach. Something just didn't feel right. She puts the ball back on the rack and starts her pre-shot routine all over again. Open there for Stoll in the 6th. Upchurch. Unable to convert there in the 6th. EV Loop leaves the 1-2-4. Isabel Hughes, shot in the 7th. Never gets to the head pin. She leaves the 1-2-4. Loop looking to convert the 1-2-4. And unable to convert the spare. So an open for a loop in the 6th. Hughes, unable to convert the spare, so an open for Hughes in the 7th. Seventh frame for Emma Stahl on the left lane, Grace Stahl on the right lane. Emma looking to try to convert her spare. And she does just that. See if her sister Grace can do the same thing. Grace has a little easier spare. And Grace converts hers as well. So the Soul sisters both get spares in the 7th. Nixon Soprano up in the 7th after an open in the 6th. That shot goes high, leaves a 7-pin. EV loop in the 7th. Her shot goes high and she leaves the 6-10. Again, top 8 boys, top 8 girls advance to match play tomorrow. Match play competition, you're bowling head to head. You get 30 bonus points for beating your opponent. Since Soprano converts his spare, as does Loop. So both Carey bowlers convert their spares, both lefties from Buffalo Carey. And Caitlin Upchurch steps up in the 7th. And Upchurch leaves a 6-pin. Grace Stahl steps up to the left of Upchurch. 8th frame. Shot comes in light. She leaves the 4. Grace converts the spare. Isabel Hughes stepping up on the right lane. Something up off the approach. So Isabel Hughes, 8th frame. Goes Brooklyn, and she's got all 10. So a strike for Hughes in the 8th. Nixon Soprano stepping up on 27, working on a spare. And he beats the pocket and leaves a 7-pin. So a ringing 7 there for Nixon Soprano. Emma Stahl, 8th frame. Good pitch there. Gets 7 to go, so she's got a strike. Nixon Soprano looking to cover the 7-pin. And he does just that by just a coat of paint. Caitlin Upchurch and Evie Loop stepping up. Upchurch left lane. Right-hander from Buffalo Carey. And Evie Loop, also a lefty out of Buffalo Carey. Both bowlers off the mark. Loop leaves a 4-pin. Upchurch leaves the 1-3. All right, Upchurch chops the 3 off the 1-3. Loop. Loop covers the spare. Isabel Hughes. Not happy with that one off of her hand. Grace Stoll, 9th frame. Goes through the nose, and she leaves the 3-6, 7, 9, 10. Grace with an open in the 9th. Isabel Hughes looking to try to put a mark on the board in the foundation frame, and she is unable to do that. Emma Stoll. Her ball there in the 9th goes a bit high. She leaves the 6-7. Nixon Soprano. 9th frame. And he leaves a 10-pin. He continues to try to blister the pins. Emma Stoll looking to try to convert the 6-7. Unable to convert. Nixon Soprano that covered a 10-pin, and he buries it into the pit. Evie Loop. And Loop drops all 10 in the 9th. Caitlin Upchurch getting ready to step up. Upchurch, 9th frame. Upchurch leaves the 1-7-8-9. And Grace Stoll, first to start the 10th frame here on the TV pair, and she leaves a 3-pin. Grace, 10th frame, and she converts the 3-pin, so a spare for Grace Stoll in the 10th. She's got one more shot coming here in game number 5. So Upchurch with an open there in the 9th. And Grace, one more shot in the 10th. Last shot of game 5 for Grace Stoll, and it's a bit high. She leaves the 4-7, so Grace Stoll is going to finish with a 142. All right, Isabel Hughes hits the pocket, just kind of hits it light and leaves an 8-10. So a bad break there for Isabel Hughes. Threw a pretty decent shot, just not a great ball reaction. The ball deflects, and she leaves the 8-10 here in the 10th frame. Now, most of the bowlers have finished up game number 5. We were on this group here has 6 on the pair. There's 2 groups that have 6 on the pair. So Isabel Hughes is going to finish with a 153. Nixon Soprano stepping up in the 10th. That shot goes through the nose, and he leaves the 4-pin. Grace Stoll, 10th frame after an open in the 9th. And she wraps a 10-pin, so a good pitch there by Emma Stoll. And Soprano with another single pin miss there in the 10th. He shoots 149. So Stoll trying to convert the 10-pin for one more shot. Caitlin Upchurch steps up to the left. Stoll converts the 10-pin. And Upchurch's shot's left to target. She leaves the 139. Emma Stoll, one more chance here to put a strike on the board to finish out game number 5. That shot's off the mark. Upchurch converts her spare, so a spare for Caitlin Upchurch here in the 10th. She's got one more shot here in game number 5. And Upchurch completes game number 5. Is going to move over to the right for game number 6. Evie Loop working on a strike in the 9th. Makes a good pitch there. She's got all 10 in the pit. So back-to-back jacks for Evie Loop after a strike in the 9th frame. And then here, first ball to 10th. Loop looking to try to get 3 in a row. That shot never gets out to the target, and it goes to the right. She leaves the 1-2-4-8. EV Loop's going to finish with a 165. So quick wrap up here. Game number 5, Caitlin Upchurch shoots 93. Emma Stoll shoots 142, as does Grace Stoll. So both Stoll sisters shoot 142. Nixon Soprano 149. Isabel Hughes 158. And Evie Loop high on the pair for game 5 with a 165. Bowlers are moving one pair to the right, and then they'll begin their 6th game of competition. You're going to see Cody Cunningham from Buffalo Cary, Blake Buffaloe from Buffaloe South, Alexander Wiggs, Samantha Tuselin, and her sister Nicole Tuselin coming over to the TV pair for game number 6. Thank everybody that's been watching. I'm Gerald Morrow, watching live stream and coverage from Buffaloe Lanes South in Garner, North Carolina. About ready to begin game number 6 of the 7 games of qualifying.
You have too much sugar? 189. I'll beat everybody by 50. Wow.
you feed him after game 1? It didn't kick in until game 2. All right, game number 6. About to get underway. Cody Cunningham from Buffalo Cary going to start it off for us here on the TV pair. And Cunningham goes to the nose, leaves it 3-6-9. Samantha Tuesland starting it off on the left lane. Samantha's first pitch here in game number 6. A little out to the right, and she leaves the 1-2-4-8. Oops. And Cunningham starts off game 6 with an open. Samantha Tuesland looking to try to cover up the 1-2-4-8. Blake Buffalo getting ready to step up on the right lane. And Tuesland with an open to start game 6. Buffalo shot 189 last game. First pitch here of game 6 was kind of through the nose, Brooklyn, but he gets all 10 to go. Looks like he's trying to coming back, getting some high fives, trying to show a little annex. Nicole Tuesland's shot hangs out to the right. Two people that want high fives, his mom and his girlfriend sitting back here, and the last two to get high fives. Alexander Wiggs stepping up on lane 28, striped shirt, dark colored pants. And Wiggs with the Guru crosses over and it leaves the 3-9. Nicole Tuesland shot, and she is unable to convert the spare. So Alexander Wiggs looking to cover up the 3-9 here in the first frame of game number 6. And is unable to convert the spare. So an open for Wiggs. Samantha Tuesland, her second frame here. Comes light. So Tuesland leaves the 2-pin. Cunningham about to step up on lane 27, left-hand side of your screen. Second frame, game number 6. One's well left to target, and he leaves the 1-3-9. Samantha Tuesland converts the 2-pin. And her sister, Nicole, is about to step up. Cody Cunningham trying to convert the spare, and he does just that. So Cody's first mark of game number 6 comes in the second frame. Nicole Tuzlin stepping up in the second frame over on the right lane. Nicole pulls that one, and it goes through the nose. She leaves just 7-pin. Blake Buffaloe after a strike in the first frame. His shot here in the second. And he gets all 10 to go. So back-to-back jacks for Blake Buffaloe as he comes into this game a little bit pumped up. This time the first 2 to get high fives for his girlfriend and his mom. Last time they were on the last 2 to receive that. Alexander Wiggs, second frame, had an open in the first as he left the 3-9 and he missed that. His shot here in the second frame crosses over and he gets all 10 to go. So a strike for Alexander Wiggs in the second. Cody Cunningham seemed to have a footing issue there, but he leaves the 5-pin in the third frame. Samantha Tuzlin, third frame. That goes Brooklyn. She has a strike. So her and her sister had an open spare in the first 2 frames, and Samantha puts a strike. Cody Cunningham missing the 5-pin there. Nicole Tuzlin stepping up in the third frame, trying to match her sister. And a good pitch there and leaves a flat 10. Blake Buffaloe looking for 3 in a row. Shot crosses over and leaves a 10-pin. Tuzlin converts her spare. Buffaloe looking to convert the spare. And he does just that. He knew it, turned around and had his fist pumped. Alexander Wiggs, after a strike in the second, his shot here in the third. Looks like it's going to go Brooklyn, and it does, and he gets all 10 to go. So back-to-back Brooklyn strikes for Alexander Wiggs. And Cody Cunningham follows suit there with a strike on the Brooklyn side. In the boys tournament, your leader is Austin McElwain. He is at -61. Cody McDaniel's following the second. He's at -73. Adam Galt third. Kyle May fourth. Nick Sensoprano fifth. Nick Manganero in sixth. Brian McLeod in seventh. And currently in the cut spot in eighth is Brian Locke. Locke is at -139, just outside of the cut. Tied for the ninth spot is Nolan Hughes and Anthony Silk. They're both at -152. Over in the girls division, Kendall Bigley is your leader. She's at -143. Emma Stahl in second at -224. Tiffany Stancil's in third. Rory Kreck in fourth. Evie Loop fifth. Hannah Williams sixth. Alyssa Belcher seventh. And currently in the cut is Erica Belcher at -280. Just outside of the cut is Isabel Hughes and Nicole Tuzlin. Blake Buffaloe with an open there. in the fourth. In the U12, Emma Stewart's your leader at minus 267. Isabella Romano is in second at minus 295. Caitlin Upchurch in third. Declan Mitchell fourth. Alexander Wiggs fifth. And Grace Stahl sixth. Alexander Wiggs, he leads the 136. And Wiggs covers his spare in the fourth. Cody Cunningham looking to try to convert his spare, and he's unable to convert the spare. So Blake Buffaloe stepping up in the fifth after an open in the fourth. Blake currently in 13th. Blake with the strike there in the fifth. Like that one, he got the double fist pump. Samantha Tuzlin, her shot's going Brooklyn. She leaves the 5-9. Alexander Wiggs stepping up on the right lane here in the fifth after a spare in the fourth. And he's got a strike there in the fifth. So a strike for Alexander Wiggs. And Tuzlin chops her spare attempt. An open for Samantha in the fifth. Nicole stepping up in the fifth, trying to double up after her strike in the fourth. And she's got back-to-back strikes, so back-to-back jacks for Nicole as she high-fives her sister Samantha at the ball return. Samantha steps up on lane 28. Nicole. Cody Cunningham about to step up over on lane 6. Excuse me, in the 6th frame over on lane 27. Nicole Tuzlin unable to convert the baby split. Cunningham drops all 10 in the 6th. Nicole Tuzlin shots a pinch high. She leaves a 4-pin as Blake Buffaloe steps up. Just to the left of her, looking to try to double up. His mastermind finds the pocket, and he's got a double, dropping all 10 in the 5th and 6th frames after that open back in the 4th. Alexander Wiggs, his shot crosses over, and he gets the 9-pin to go. So back-to-back strikes for Alexander Wiggs. Cody Cunningham shot going Brooklyn, and he leaves the 9-pin. Samantha Tuslin up in the 7th. That one's pulled left to target. She leaves the 1, 3, 8, 10. Cunningham, no problem with the 9-pin there in the 7th. Tuslin unable to convert the spare. Like Buffalo in the 7th. And a flat 10. 6-pin goes to the sidewall and just kind of sits in the channel, doesn't get the 10-pin out. So a flat 10 for Blake in the 7th. And Nicole Tuslin, good pocket shot there. It's got a strike in the 7th frame. And Blake misses the 10-pin there in the 7th frame. Cody Cunningham stepping up to 8th. Came well across his body and pulls that one left to target. He leaves a 3-6-10. Alexander Wiggs, his shot well out to the right, and he leaves the 2-4-5. And Cunningham with the spare in the 8th. Wiggs looking to convert his spare in the 7th, and he does just that. So Wiggs was in 5th in the U12 division coming into this game. Blake Buffalo stepping up in the 8th after an open in the 7th. And comes in light, gets them all to go, and it's got a strike in the 8th frame of game number 6. Samantha Tuslin, her shot crosses over. She leaves the 5-9. Alexander pulls his shot left to target here in the 8th. Samantha looking to cover the 5-9, and she does just that. So spare for Samantha Tuslin in the 8th. Nicole going to step up behind her sister in the 8th frame. But first, Alexander Wiggs. And a good try there by Wiggs, but he has an open in the 8th frame as Nicole steps up looking to try to double up. That one's left to target, and she leaves the 1-3-9. So Nicole leaves the 1-3-9 here in the 8th as her sister steps up to the left of her in the yellow shirt. Samantha had a spare in the 8th. And Nicole's unable to convert the spare, so an open in the 8th for Nicole as her sister Samantha steps up and starting the 9th frame. He's pulled a couple boards inside, and she leaves the 3-10. So Samantha trying to cover up the baby split, unable to convert. So an open in the foundation frame for Samantha Tuslin. Cody Cunningham, foundation frame, right lane. And he's got a strike to start the 9th frame. Nicole Tuslin for an open in the 8th. Her shot here in the 9th. That one is out to the right. She leaves the 1-2-4. Blake Buffaloe had a strike in the 8th. Here he is in the 9th looking to try to double up. Blake got his spot for Junior Gold National Tournament in our last tournament in March. His shot here in the 9th kind of jumped around and left with a 3-pin. Nicole Tuslin, the 1-2-4. And unable to convert, so an open for Tuslin in the 9th. Again, about ready to wrap up game number 6, and we'll have one more game to go before we make a cut. Top 8 bowlers move on to match play tomorrow. Blake Buffaloe shot here, got pulled, and a miss in the 9th frame, so an open for him. Cody Cunningham with the strike, so Cody with back-to-back jacks, 9th and first ball here in the 10th. Alexander Wiggs. Shot off the mark, leaving the 1-2-4-10. Cunningham again goes Brooklyn, leaves the 6-pin. Cody Cunningham, an open as he finishes up game number 6 with a 170. Blake Buffaloe, after missing the single pin, his shot here in the 10th. Wrap up game number 6. First ball in the 10th frame. Good pitch. Leaves a weak 10. Samantha Tuslin wanted that one there in the 10th, and she leaves the 4-pin. Blake Buffaloe looking to cover up the 10-pin, and no problem that time as he converts the spare. Samantha's shot. Trying to convert her spare, and she does just that. So a spare for Tuslin in the 10th. Blake Buffaloe's final shot of game number 6. And it's flush as he gets all 10 to go, so he pulls out a 180. Samantha Tuslin, she's going to finish with 137. And Alexander Wiggs, good pitch there. He leaves a 7-pin. Samantha Sue's sister, Nicole. Stepping up. Wiggs looking to convert the 7-pin, and he is not happy with that one off his hand. But Alexander Wiggs shoots 162. Nicole Tuzlin last to finish here on the TV pair for game number 6. She leaves a 6-10. Nicole covers her spare. Final ball of game number 6 from the TV pair by Nicole Tuzlin, and that one comes in light. She leaves the 2-5, so Nicole's going to finish with a 170 on the nose. So quick wrap up of game number 6. Samantha Tuzlin, 137. Alexander Wiggs, 162. Cody Cunningham and Nicole Tuzlin both shoot 170, and Blake Buffaloe was high on the pair with a 180. So game 6 in the books. Got one more game to go before we make a cut to see who advances to the match play portion of the tournament tomorrow from Buffaloe Lanes North in Raleigh, North Carolina. Gerald Morrow, I've got one more game to be with you, so stick around, and we'll bring you game number 7 of the 7 games of qualifying.
I miss all spares.
All right, 6 games in the book. About ready to begin game number 7. You're going to watch Brian Locke, Ryan Riggs, Kyle May, Alyssa Belcher, Erica Belcher, and Tiffany Stansel. Those will be the bowlers here on lanes 27 and 28, the TV pair. So Brian Locke to start. And Locke drops all 10 as Alyssa Belcher steps up. Alyssa goes Brooklyn. She leaves the 5-9. Ryan Riggs steps up. Left lane. Game number 7. Shots Brooklyn, and he gets all 10 to go. And Alyssa Belcher with the spare. Kyle May shot right of target, and he leaves the 1-2 as Erica Belcher steps up. Erica shot hangs out to the right. She leaves the 1-2-4. May looking to try to cover up the 1-2. Belcher left the 1-2-4. May left the 1-2, so a spare for May. Belcher converts her spare as well. Alyssa Belcher stepping up to the left lane. Second frame as Tiffany Stansel steps over to the right lane. Alyssa. Shot goes Brooklyn, and she leaves the 1-3. Tiffany Stansel from Buffalo Lanes carry. First frame here of game number 7. And a good pitch. Leaves a flat 10. Alyssa Belcher covers the spare. Stansel looking to cover up the 10 pin. And no problem for her. She's got a spare in the first here of game 7. Alyssa's sister Erica leaves the 2-4-5. Brian Locke looking to try to double up. Two-hander out of Buffalo Lanes North. That one never turns the corner, leaves the picket fence to 1-2-4-7. Erica, no problem with the 2-4-5. Tiffany Stansel, second frame. And she leaves the 1-2-4. Locke looking to convert the 1-2-4-7. And he does just that. No problem for Brian Locke. Stansel. And Stansel leaves the head pin, so an open for her in the second frame is Ryan Riggs. Steps up to the right of her. And Riggs with a good shot there, and he's got back-to-back strikes to start off game number 7. Kyle May, second frame after a spare in the first. His shot comes in light, mixes him up. He's got a strike in the second. Brian Locke, third frame. Goes through the nose. He leaves the 6-10. Belcher with the spare. As well as Locke. Riggs unable to convert the spares, so after back-to-back strikes, he's got an open in the third. Erica Belcher up in the third, and she's got an open as well. Kyle May, third frame. All right, he's got back-to-back strikes as Tiffany Stansel steps up to the right of him. Stansel shots in the pocket, and another weak 10 for her. Alyssa shots in the pocket, and she rings the 10-pin. And Stansel converts her 10-pin. And Belcher's unable to convert her spare in the fourth after 3 straight spares and open in the fourth frame. Brian Locke, fourth frame, right lane. Shot goes Brooklyn, leaves the 10-pin. Erica Belcher. Erica leaves the 1, 2, 4, 8. Locke converts the spare. And an open for Belcher in the fourth. Ryan Riggs, fourth frame. Good pitch and leaves a weak 10. Tiffany Stansel, fourth frame. Shot comes in way light. She leads to 2, 4, 5, 8 in the bucket. Stansel. And she's unable to get the 8, so open for her in the fourth. Riggs unable to convert the 10-pin. Kyle May looking for 3 in a row. His shot here in the fourth. That one goes Brooklyn, and he leaves the 7-8. In game 7. And May unable to convert the spares. Brian Locke steps up in the fifth. Here, the leader in the boys division through 6 games is Cody McDaniel. He's at -83. Nick Sensoprano in second at -95. Adam Galt third. Austin McElwain in fourth. Nolan Hughes fifth. Kyle May sixth. Nick Maganera seventh. And Brian McLeod is currently in 8th in the cut at minus 167. 10 sticks outside the cut is Brian Locke. And Zach Sharp rounds out the top 10 at minus 195. With the girls, Kendall Bigley is your leader. She's at minus 192. Emma Stahl in second at minus 244. Tiffany Stansel third. Erica Belcher fourth. Alyssa Belcher fifth. Hannah Williams sixth. Rory Kreck seventh. Nicole Tuzlin is currently the cut in eighth at minus 338. Isabel Hughes is 10 sticks out of the cut, and Taylor McDaniel's in 10th. She's 11 sticks out of the cut. Currently in the U12, Emma Stewart is at minus 332, and she is your leader. Isabel Romano is at minus 354. She's in second. Caitlin Upchurch in third, and Alexander Wiggs fourth. Declan Mitchell fifth, and Grace Stahl currently in sixth. Hal May, fifth frame. Leaves the 5-6. Cal May looking to try to convert the 5-6. 5's a little bit off spot, so they had to correct the score. And he is unable to convert the spare. Brian Locke. He's the 1-2-4. Alyssa Belcher goes Brooklyn, and she leads to 5-9. Alyssa Belcher pinched her fingers between a couple bowling balls. She's kind of shaking it off. Brian Locke covers his spare. Belcher looking to try to cover up her spare after pinching her thumb between a couple balls. She's unable to convert it. Brian Riggs steps up to the right, looking to try to double up with this shot here in the 6th. Shot comes in light, only use the 2-5-7. Erica. She leaves the 5-7. Briggs converts the spare, no problem in the 6th. And Erica Belcher. She's unable to convert the spare in the 6. Tiffany Stansel, her shot in the pocket, and the 6-pin lead is on the 10-pin. She gets all 10 to go in the 6th frame. Kyle May, his shot comes in light, and he watches them fight and gets all 10 to go in the 6th for him. So Alyssa converts the spare there in the 7th. Sisters get ready to step up a first. Brian Locke and converts the 7-pin, or converts his spare in the 7th. Erica Belcher leaves the 5-pin. Ryan Riggs up on lane 27 in the 7th of game number 7. And a good pitch there. He gets all 10 to go, so a strike for Riggs. Erica covers her spare. The final game here of qualifying. Tiffany Stansel gets all 10 to go, so she's got back-to-back jacks with strikes in the 6th and 7th frames. Brian Locke clean through 7, his shot in the 8th. And he leaves the 6-pin. Mr. Belcher gets all 10 to go there in the 8th. Erica's shot right of target. And she's got quite a few to gather for her spare in the 8th. Brian Locke looking to convert his spare, and no problem there. So Locke still clean through 8. Brian Locke just outside of the cut in 9th. He's about 15, 16, 6 out of the cut and looking to try to make a move here. So he's trying to stay clean. And Erica converts her spare. Ryan Riggs almost doubles up, but the 7-pin stays. Tiffany Stansel looking for 3 in a row. And Stansel shot off the mark. She leaves the 1, 2, 8, 9. Riggs converts the 7-pin.
Junior gold, when you finish your games and you fill out your score sheets, you carry your score sheets down to the table behind.
Tiffany Stansel converts her spare in the 8th. Again, 7 games of competition. We'll cut to the top 8. Top 8 will advance to match play tomorrow. In the U12 tournament, the winner will be determined today after the 7 games of qualifying. Currently, Emma Stewart is your leader at minus 333. Isabella Romano's in second. Caitlin Upchurch in third. Alexandra Wiggs in fourth. Declan Mitchell in fifth. And Grace Stahl in sixth. Brian Locke in the ninth. And that one goes through the nose. Alyssa Belcher's shot, and she pulls that one. She leaves a 1-3-6. And Locke unable to convert the spare. Belcher unable to convert her spare. So both bowlers with opens in the foundation frame. Riggs. He drops all 10 there in the ninth. Erica Belcher leaves the 9-10. Kyle May up in the ninth. And his shot goes Brookwood. He leaves a 5-pin. Erica Belcher looking to try to convert the 9-10. And unable to convert it, so an open for her in the ninth. May. No problem with the 5-pin as Tiffany Stansel steps up to the right of him. Her shot's light again. She leaves the 2-4-5. Alyssa Belcher's shot in the 10th goes through the nose. She leaves the 4-7. Stansel with an open in the ninth. Alyssa with the spare. She's got one more shot here left in game 7. Lock shot just off the mark. He leaves the 1-2-4-8. Belcher's going to finish with a 151. And Locke with an open there. Shoots 161.
I hope so, but I'm shooting a $130.
Erica Belcher. An open to finish up game for her. Shoots 125. Ryan Riggs. And a good pitch there and stones the 9-pin. So good pitch by Riggs. Riggs was in 11th. He was at minus 200 coming into this game. He was still within striking distance of making the top 8. Tiffany Stansel leaves the 6-10. Bowlers are finishing up game number 7. If you stick around with us, we'll try to give you the announcement of the top 8. Top 8 bowlers will advance on to match play tomorrow from Buffaloe Lanes North. So bear with us as we wrap up here game number 7, and we'll get you the announcement of the top 8 boys, top 8 girls, and the winner in the U12 division. As soon as tournament directors Melissa Morrow and Christy Helms get all the numbers in the system, verify everything, and crunch them and give us a list. Ryan Riggs, a good pitch there, and leaves a weak 10, so he's going to shoot 179. Tiffany Stansel finishes up. She shoots 149. So we got one bowler left to go, and that's Kyle May. Kyle May working on a spare in the 9th, his shot here in the 10th. And boom, he drops all 10 with a good shot. Nobody else is bowling. He's got the lanes all to himself and the TV pair at that. Throws his best shot of the day. And May leaves the 3-7. So one more shot for Kyle May, and the tournament will be complete as far as the qualifying portion. May's going to shoot 172. Recapping game 7 here on the TV pair. Erica Belcher 125. Alyssa Belcher 151. Tiffany Stansel 149. Kyle May 172, Brian Locke 161, and Ryan Riggs was high of that game with a 179. Again, thank you guys for watching and tuning in for live streaming coverage of the qualifying portion of this two-day tournament from Buffaloe Lanes South in Garner, North Carolina. I'm Gerald Morrow. Appreciate you sticking around with us. For those of you that want, stick around, and we will give you the top 8 that are advancing to tomorrow's match play portion of the tournament from Buffaloe Lanes North. Bear with us, stick around, probably be about 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes before we have an announcement from the tournament directors, Melissa Morrow and Christy Helms. So bear with us. We'll leave the feed up and we'll get back to you as soon as we have the announcement. Top 8 boys, top 8 girls go on to match play tomorrow. At stake, $200 in scholarship money and spots for the National Junior Gold Tournament, which will be in Chicago this summer.
I'm going out there.
Having a private coach on every game, every frame, he should have been doing it. You know? Really? Nick Manganero is out. Nick Manganero is out.
What did I get? I got 1,025. Wait, it's cool. It's like a little arm.
Yeah.
Like
cheap.
Oh.
I'm not letting it get away.
196. My arm hurts. It's like bleeding from the inside. It's hot.
Brian Argonis, please come to the check-in table.
Oh, God.
He was really listening.
He's only a few behind. He shot 190.
How many?
So he stayed at like minus 205.
No.
I guess that was a yes, Brian.
Why do I always do that? I'm doing the last game.
It's at least two. I don't know if it was 2 or 3. Did you say it was 2 or 3 spots? It was 28 entries.
28 would be
Maybe
3,
3.
maybe 3, right? 1 in 10, so maybe 3. It's 1 in 10, 28.
yeah, because it includes major fractions. So you had half a spot almost.
So 3.
Long as USBC considers a major fraction, sometimes 28 considered major. So they have a weird cutoff. It's not like 25.
It's too logical. Yeah. But there's the top 16.
Bigger?
You can look that back and see their scores. I don't care what the scores are.
Rhino's out there bowling, huh?
Is he?
Yeah, he's 7th. I need to tell him to bring my program back in Richmond. Horsley's in. Oh, Ronnie Morton's at the cut. Figure, Ronnie. You see that? Ronnie is out by 1 pin. 1 pin. 1562, 1563. There's a tie. It's a tie for 16th between Horsley and Randy Weiss. So what does he put for average in at 120? I've asked that on that program. You have to start little with it once we get settled here. Vacancies, how many vacancies? It seems like we should go over 240 so they don't get any. So handicap 0. Yeah, the 3 games of 170 or less and still leading.
You had Nolan shot. 130, 220, 130, 220, 120, 220.
Who's that?
Nolan.
120, 220?
Yeah.
122, 21, 22.
134, 224, 138, 225, 127, 226.
How bizarre is that?
It's crazy.
That is talk about a roller coaster. That's weird.
Kobe Owens.
Holy crap. Flames coach Bob Hartley fined $50,000 for an incident during a playoff game. What? For an incident during a playoff game. The coach. Yeah. Ooh. So we want somebody on.
Oh, yeah.
Is it for tomorrow or is it for the spot?
All right, for those of you that are sticking around, looks like we're going to have a roll-off between Michael Scortino and Brian Locke. Going to get some information.
I was going to say that's TV pair material right there. It just spiked up the entertainment.
Make a bowl of hoagie
So both bowlers are shoeing back up, and So Brian Locke and Michael Scorantino are going to go back at it here. Going to find out what the situation is.
This is where 7 bad me.
Okay, so we have a tie for 8th place for the boys. So that's match play. So they have to have a 9th and 10th frame roll off between Brian Locke and Michael Scorantino.
So a tie for the 8th position.
We will announce the match plays and we will announce the spots as well because I can guarantee the spots today.
So 9th and 10th frame roll off for Michael Scorantino and Brian Locke. We've got to see who moves on to tomorrow's match play. Ninth and 10th frame roll off. Determine who moves on to tomorrow's match play.
You get 2 shots on 26. I love snowboarding.
So Brian Locke takes his 2 shots over on the lane 26. Michael Scorantino is going to get 2 shots, and then they'll come over to the TV pair for the 9th and 10th frame roll-offs. This will determine who advances to match play tomorrow at Buffalo Lanes North. So everybody's gathered around the TV pair, 27 and 28. Scorantino's shots over on 26. So Scorantino's last shot here in his 2 balls of warm-up. So those of you that are sticking around got an extra treat besides the announcement. As soon as this is over with, we'll be able to announce the top 8 and go from there. So right now, Michael Scorantino is going to start this 9th and 10th frame roll-off. Ninth frame, Scorantino, left lane. And that one goes through the nose, and he leaves the 7-10. All right, good try at the 7-10, but an open in the 9th there for Scorantino. Brian Locke stepping up in the 9th frame, right lane. Yeah, 9th and 10th frame roll-up to determine the 8th seed going into tomorrow. One of these bowlers will be in, the other one will be out. Locke. And he's got a 10-pin party in the pit. So a strike for Brian Locke in the 9th. And like Locke will move over to the left lane and finish out the 10th frame. So consider this bonus coverage here as we get to watch a few more frames. Brian Locke had a strike in the 9th, his 10th frame, and this 9th and 10th frame roll off. Now that one's off the mark. He leaves the 1-2, 4-8. A lot of good sportsmanship by the parents and also by the team as everybody is huddled around watching these two bowlers and cheering on every shot. So Locke with a 6 count, first ball to 10th after a strike in the 9th. Locke looking to cover up the spare. And he does just that. So a strike spare. And one more shot for Brian Locke here in the 9th and 10th frame roll off. Scorantino had a open in the 9th. Locke's final ball. And he drops all 10. So Brian Locke is going to close it out with 40.
All right.
And
so
that will
we're
do
going
it.
for the girls. All right, your leader going into match play tomorrow in first place is Emma Stoll at -234. Second place, Kendall Bigley, -262. Third place, Tiffany Stansel, -354. Fourth place, Taylor McDaniel, -369. Fifth place, Alyssa Belcher, -375. Sixth place, Nicole Tuzolin, -395. And also with a tie, but it was for spot 7 and 8. Erica Belcher and Hannah Williams at -396. Spots for the girls for Chicago. I can tell you right now that the 3 spots for girls, Taylor McDaniel, Nicole Tuzolin, and Roy Crick. All right, for the under 12, we had 6 bowlers, so we took 1 to Chicago. The winner of the under 12 was Emma Stewart. All right, for the boys, in first place was Cody McDaniel at -69. Second place, Rick Santaprano, -92. Third place, Nolan Hughes, -136. Fourth place, Adam Galt, -139. Fifth place, Kyle May, -168. Sixth place, Austin McElwain, -172. Seventh place, Brian McLeod, -202. And in the tiebreaker, Brian Locke was the winner at -216. For the spots for the boys, there were 3 spots to give out. The first one, Brian Locke. The second one, Michael Scortino. And the third one is Brian Argonis. Again, just like in Bevan, don't book any hotel reservations until you catch that email from USBC. Just make sure we've done everything correctly, okay? So, match play. Everybody that made match play, gather up, and we'll have a chat. And if anybody has any questions about anything, we can answer them in a few minutes.
All right. Your winner in the U12 tournament is Emma Stewart. She receives a $100 scholarship plus a spot to the National Junior Gold Tournament this year in Chicago. top 8 girls. Starting in number 8, the 8th seed will be Hannah Williams. Erica Belcher is the number 7 seed. Nicole Tuzlin, the 6th seed. Alyssa Belcher, the 5th seed. Taylor McDaniel, the 4th seed. Tiffany Stansel, the 3rd seed. Kendall Bigley, the 2nd seed. And Emma Stahl is your leader going into match play tomorrow at Buffalo Lanes North. In the boys, your number 8 seed, you watched a 9th and 10th frame roll-off between Michael Scorantino and Brian Locke. Locke defeated Scorantino, so Locke takes the number 8 seed. Brian McLeod, the number 7 seed. Austin McElwain, the number 16. Kyle May, the number 5 seed. Adam Galt is the number 4 seed. Nolan Hughes is the number 3 seed. Nick Sensoprano is the number 2 seed, and Cody McDaniel is your leader going into match play tomorrow. Again, tomorrow, Sunday, from Buffalo Lanes North in Raleigh, North Carolina, we'll have the match play. Bowlers will bowl head-to-head. 30 bonus points will help move these bowlers up and down in the top 8. And all of the bowlers in both the 8 bowlers and the girls and the boys all have spots to the national tournament, so they're bowling for scholarship money, $200 in scholarship for the boys at stake and $200 for the girls at stake. So tomorrow, Buffalo Lanes North in Raleigh, North Carolina, we'll have live streaming coverage. We should be picking up coverage at noon, a little after noon tomorrow. Tune in and watch for live streaming coverage. I'm Gerald Morrow, wrapping up coverage here today from Buffalo Lanes South in Garner, North Carolina. Thank you for sticking around. You got some bonus coverage with a 9th and 10th frame roll-off, and we will see you tomorrow from Buffalo Lanes North. Hope you have a good evening, and thanks for watching. I'm Gerald Morrow, and take somebody bowling.